Darkness just texted me.
Brighter just a second ago. Whatever, I guess. Okay. It's working. It's working. This could be somewhere else. Sorry guys, 1 second. I'm quick little 5, 6. Trying to dock my stupid chat window. Whatever. No. There we go. There it is. Jeez Louise. Okay. I fixed that. So, is this now week 3? Hell yeah. Making like an insane amount of progress. So today, starting week 3, of this sprint, and this is my final week of this work sprint. And for those of you who don't know, a work sprint is like a 3 to 4 week work cycle, or more like a 2 to 4 week work cycle. Ours specifically are 3 weeks, where it's a dynamic workflow for me and my development team, where we kind of set out our development goals for a 3-week stretch of time. Then we have a meeting at the end of that 3-week period, where we review everything we completed in that 3 weeks and set out and have a conversation about it, discuss our development needs, and then lay out the development pipeline for the following 3 weeks. That cycle just keeps repeating and repeating indefinitely until the game is done. So I am about to finish my second sprint for Conquest of Eldinar, and I am just like, yes, on one hand, I currently am living a lifestyle that I'm not necessarily, gosh, I'm not sitting here trying to complain or anything, but I'll say this, it's a lot. It's very draining to do as much development as I am doing right now. Wake up, work, go to bed, rinse and repeat. That for Conquest of Eldinar. So I'm just pouring my heart and soul into this. It is what I do with my day. Yeah. Before I get into it, just a quick friendly reminder. Also, I think I have a little bit too much back support here. Oh, get out of here, fella. That's better. I'm going nice, lazy sloth mode. I'm on the floor today. I actually have it's a part of the design philosophy of my room, my bedroom. I'm not sure if I've ever showed it on stream before, so I'll have fun here for a second to show you guys. I live in a forest, right? So my entire ceiling is greenery. So are all the walls. Here's right above my desk is all of the World of Warcraft game posters, framed and buried into the brush. Right there is a tree, an artificial tree that I built going into the ceiling, and yeah, the ceiling is all greenery. So yeah, I live in a forest, and most importantly, there is in fact a T-Rex behind me. So that's pretty cool. Anyways, let me put you back. Sorry, that's probably a little bit disorienting. No, but I have a standing desk where I can adjust the height, and I put it on the floor. And so I have this little X-Rocker chair on the ground. So I have a floor-based computer set up. Pretty interesting. Sometimes I'll get my little kneeling chair right here behind me, and I'll do I'll lift the whole desk because it's a standing desk, and I can do that. And I'll do like a more up normal person kind of height level or whatever. But anyways, so what we're working on today is I spent all weekend painting this character. It's insane. It's probably the most detailed character I have done for this game so far. It is the Dominator, and I will show you right now. It's this character right here. It is an Anubis-like anthropomorphic character. Has like a snout, and the backwards legs that you'd see. And the cool thing is that this character is entirely on the same rig. This has been a really complicated thing to pull off, and so we're going to keep doing this tonight. Although I think you guys are kind of stopping in at the latter half of my process, so we will mostly be doing animations tonight, but we still have a little bit more rigging to do. I mean, the fact that on the standard humanoid kind of rig that we have here that has all of the different characters in the game as skins, essentially, right? The fact that we got the Dominator on the same rig, that's pretty wild. I had to create a couple of new things to support this. Like there's a jaw support, which I'm gonna adjust this texture. I don't like how side it is, so we have a little bit of texturing to do, but I'll probably do that off stream. I don't think we need to do that on stream tonight. He has like little ears that can be moved around, but the big thing here is the anthropomorphic legs, which yeah, we can use these with the animation process, so pretty wild. So a lot of tonight's animation work is going to be kind of repair oriented. So because it's not quite as easy as, oh look, I put him on the humanoid rig and we're done. No, I can show you, for example, here's the run animation, right? There's something horribly wrong with, okay, yeah, here you go. This is not quite working how we want it to. Obviously, the top half of the character's actually pretty decent. It's all right. It's not bad at all. But the main problem is the feet. So we might have this character working just fine with normal legs, but introducing anthropomorphic legs, which have an entirely different bone structure and need to operate in a different fashion, we're going to have to create new animations to support this. For sure. So, but before we do that, before we get started on that, we have to complete the rigging process for the character. Clearly, like, foundationally, the character's fine right here. But the big issue comes from the meshes. We haven't done all the meshes yet. If you don't know what a mesh is this, or not that. See, so this is a mesh, right? It allows the texture to be bended and warped. And I haven't done that on all the pieces yet. This cloth bit right here needs a mesh. This cloth bit back here on the waist needs a mesh. I would say, no, that already has a mesh. Probably not. Then I'd say this little neck piece collar needs a mesh. And that's it. So we have, oh, in this chest, this harness needs a mesh. So yeah, we have about 4 meshes we need to do real quick. It's a fairly boring and monotonous task, so I'm afraid that won't be a very interesting view, but hey, that's what these animations appear for, right? You can just do those. Oh, and as a quick side note, what I'm gonna do at the end of this sprint, so with my remaining time this week, I'm definitely going to take the time to add to this. I don't want to do it after each and every character because that's a little bit too monotonous for me. But this game art showcase, right now, the only character that it has from this sprint is the hoplite. So I'm going to update this, and we'll add the Javelier to this. We'll add the Patati to this, Hadias, the Colossus, most important, the Soldier, and most importantly, we'll add the Dominator to this the show reel up here. So next week, when we start moving into the Church of Dradanos, the Crusader faction, you guys will have all of the stuff we've been doing over these past two weeks to look at, in addition to all the other characters from the project right here above me. Yeah. It's one of my favorite things about this project is the variety in characters and environments and in themes that you get to explore. You know, it's not purely just an Egyptian game, right? You know, I'm not just doing these Anubis characters. I get to also do you know, knights and zombies and orcs and elves and vampires and dwarves. I just get to do everything, which is part of the reason why Conquest of Eldinar is so goddamn cool. If I don't say, but yeah, that is more or less my intro. I'll try and do my best to provide some commentary as I'm working my way through the character, but as always, please, like, if you have any like questions for me or anything you'd like to say, you know, just let me know. Like, I'd absolutely love to interact with you guys. So, for sure, just feel free to chime in. I will keep my eye on the chat and all that. So, all right, meshing. That's where we're at right now. Let's get into meshing. Damn, his weapons are so big they get in my eye line. Drives me crazy. Well, a lot of this meshing and kind of rigging or whatever, it's just kind of you add to it, and then you go over here, take a peek at it, see how it turned out. I can already kind of see some issues. I think the run is a little bit too aggressive, so I'm going to switch it on over to the walk. That's a little bit more of a kind of pay attention to it. That doesn't look too bad. See a couple of issues. For starters, this needs more of that influence in there. That's better. I think down here needs a little bit more of this influence. That probably won't blow up in my face. However, on the run, play the run again. Let's turn slow motion it. This leg looks more or less fine enough. This leg back here though, right there, you can see the side of it. So we need to take the whole side, I think. Turn up the influence of the leg. Doesn't look bad at all. Okay. Uh-oh. Something has happened. Okay, we might have to detour for a second here, because I think we have a... You see that? Right there, that, whatever the hell that is, that needs to just straight up be fixed. Use the footman as my test dummy. It's pretty much my old reliable. This happened to every animation. Damn, yeah, something horrible happened to all. Oh wait, not my run rifle though. No, yeah, it happened here as well. What on earth happened? Something I did with the, It's really just specifically these frames right here. That. That more or less fixed it. It's a very weird occurrence. Kind of just dumbfounded by this, to be honest. But just I fixed whatever the hell it was. Obviously has to be something to do with my changes with the anthropomorphic rig, but that's alright. It's not too big of an issue, so just goes to show you the more and more I add to this character, to this rig, just the more complicated, more of a rat's nest of bones and keyframes and meshes it all becomes. I can't wait to see the size of this. I mean, just the sprite file alone, you should see how incredibly massive it is. Also, there's a sweet pug right there sleeping with his little smushed face. Very sweet boy. I'll move this down slightly, a little bit more. Okay, that's good. Yeah, let's continue. Do this for so many days, for so many hours. God, your wrist starts to... My hands, I can feel them just decaying over time. God. Usually how I mesh, I lay down like the base grid. You establish the outline, lay down the base grid, and then you just kind of like tweak the positionment, the positionment, that's not a flippin' word. Tweak the positioning of the vertices and something a little bit more uniform, tidy. Probably just because I'm like pretty OCD or whatever. Be perfect. It's not about being perfect, it's about working. Odd is what that is. Odd. Always do a quick little test. See how the mesh performs when being altered. That is perfect. And then you Control Z everything. I do my best to try and keep the character in a consistent you know, position, but because God, if I alter this at all, it can cause so many problems. But at the same time, I mean, I'm rigging. I need to see how it looks when moved, so yeah. We're getting there. Don't worry about that. That's... Okay. We're getting really close to being ready. Obviously, the issue here is the feet, but again, we'll start tackling all of the new things that we need to do with the feet. We'll start tackling that when we get to the animation phase. We still have two meshes left. We need to mesh the neck, this whole piece, and this chest harness. We'll start with the chest harness though, because it stretches across both the midsection and the chest, so it needs to be able to bend. I try to keep the meshing to a minimum, because adding all of those vertices, I mean, what do I know? I'm a first-time game developer, but I have this, to the extent of my knowledge, essentially, the more vertices we create, the more tries we create, it's going to have an impact. That's going to have the largest impact on the game's performance in the future, in terms of the characters. So I try to not only keep my meshes as simple as I can, but in addition to that, I try to keep the amount of items that need to be meshed on any given character down to a minimum, resorting instead to just the full sprites. You know, I think this is probably going to be an awe comparison, especially to any of the younger viewers out there, because I'm pretty sure that these toys have just completely fallen out of the public eye. But I was a kid, I loved G.I. Joes, and so I kind of imagine essentially all of my characters in this game, they're kind of like G.I. Joes if you think about it. If you guys ever played with those toys when you were a kid, you know, they had like a like their limbs were all my sprites, and you know, like you have like the foot or the thigh or the shin, or you know, they'd have like a mid section or a chest sprite, right? And those were all each new sprite was a point of articulation, and like inside of the toy it was being held together by like a little ball and a little hole or something. Sometimes they had like these little strings around like the waist or something that you would help, and so that way when you got your hands in there you could use that to like bend the character. I would argue that my characters are no different than those original G.I. Joes figures, but it's in a 2D space, and it's obviously digital, and but in spirit, you know, that's kind of how my characters have been assembled, based off of the old, what an odd kind of point of reference for a video game character, right? G.I. Joe, but I would argue that's more or less how my characters operate, is under G.I. Joe like toy logic. Pretty interesting when you think about it. It's not even like when I started making this game, that was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make them like G.I. Joes. It's not like that was like an active, you know, my active train of thought. What was making them operate and bend and contort as if they were G.I. Joe action figures. That wasn't really like my train of thought. I think it just kind of naturally happened that way, like clearly, like, my mind just naturally gravitated towards what it was familiar with. This mesh is ugly, and it's going to require a lot of tweaking. I think. Oh my goodness, it's really ugly. Imagine if I had any viewers that were very like OCD or organized, they'd probably just go nuts, like, watching me rig some stuff, because they'd probably be like, oh, that one's not quite spaced right, fix that one, please, God, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's like I always say, you gotta balance your perfectionism or whatever with just the practicality of development time, how much time you have to spare, and also it's like a cost benefit analysis, right? You gotta think about before you start spending all this extra time and making sure your mesh is just perfectly lined out. It's like, sure, would it make your product look better? Would it make the character look better? Maybe, but like, what is the point of investing development time, right, in something that is going to make a character look 5% better? Let's say I organize these, vertices or whatever just perfectly. It makes the character look 5% better in its fluidity. Did it take you 5% more time, or did it take you 50% more time to make those changes? Now you have to ask yourself, is that 5% improvement worth the 50% increase in time investment that it took? I mean, if that's the product that you want to make, sure, go ahead, but you got to keep in mind that 5% difference in quality might not be very noticeable. It might just be you getting hung up on kind of perfectionism. I'm not advocating for anyone like being lazy or not putting in a effort, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that maybe sometimes focusing too much on making something perfect, it might be counterproductive or counterintuitive to just finishing something, which I would argue is even more important, is finishing what you set out to do, getting it out the door, because some people might spend so much time developing something that it could just fade out of relevancy or just become unrealistic, the amount of time that you spend developing something. I would argue people could very easily throw that argument my way towards this game in general. I mean, 16 factions, right? That's pretty fucking crazy. But that's my vision, so gotta do it. I have a feeling there's going to be some issues with this, but I need an animation. I just need to preview an animation in particular that has a lot of waist/chest movement. I think the go-to this for me is usually like the stumble. Where is it? Okay, so looks like it's bending well so far. Let's go with the front stumble. See that it's over the leg. Midsection is not. I wonder if that's worth me changing real quick. That's a draw order issue. Accessory. Oh, I see. Nah, that's not worth. Oh. What about the back stumble? Yeah, I think it's this harness. You can see it a little bit how it's bending and warping to the movement on the character. So I think that looks good. Which leaves us with one more, this neck piece. As you can see, if you pay attention really closely, I'll slow it down even more for you. Look, it's not attached to his chest like it should be. So we got to attach that. I think that's the last mesh, and then we can start getting into the animation process, because the character will officially be rigged in every facet. By the way, it might be hard to notice. Like, keep in mind, like these are supposed to be like floating kind of, you know, whatever the hell these are, magical floating metal things that kind of like hover around his back, or you know, it's like a backpack attachment kind of thing. And so I'll have to add that kind of like bouncing around and hovering and whatnot behind the character. Oh, sweet dog. Okay. I'm gonna go with a slightly higher resolution mesh on this. Like, I'm gonna be a little bit intricate with my vertices on this one, because I just have a feeling it could be bending a lot. I don't want it to look bad. Anything to do with the head or the face of the character is usually pretty important to me. However, also I need to hide these bones. They drive me crazy. I don't like looking at them while I'm meshing. Getting the head of the character is pretty, I'd argue, is pretty important. So that's usually, like, I think the focal point of the player's like attention on a character. It's usually either the face, chest, or like maybe like the arms / weapon. It goes without saying, obviously, like the blue lines are the edges of the mesh, and the orange lines are the tries that we're creating, which are essentially all within themselves little splitting the image up into smaller images. That way they can be warped and bent. Something hidden in there. Okay, got it. Oh, even know that was possible. Getting complicated enough for you yet? Look at that. I mean, I don't know. One of these days I'll have more viewers in these chats. And I'm just honestly, genuinely curious about people's perception of some of this madness. Like, do you understand what's going on, or is it just alien to you? Or am I like talking down to you? Because it's like, yeah, Corey, you know, it's a mesh. I know what it is. Gosh, what do I look like? Some sort of noob or something? I don't know. I try to put myself in the shoes of somebody who is not oriented with game development, or especially like at least from the art side of things. Because I imagine if I looked at this, you know, X amount of years ago, it'd probably be pretty wild to me. This is only, you know, this is only a typical Monday. It's funny because it literally is a Monday, but you know, metaphorically speaking, this is only a typical Monday to me because I've done it so many times, dedicated so much of my life to researching and practicing these skills by this point that, you know, it's the usual for me. That should be good for that, I think. It's our last mesh, so let's just attach some weights to it and give it a quick old try. Find it to 3 different things and see what happens. This could end up ugly. Hope not. Yeah, this looks great. You can see it bending and warping. It's sticking on the chest now on the character, but it's also bending with the neck and the head and all that. So this character is rigged. Now, are his feet animated? No. But he is rigged. There are a couple of sprite kind of painting adjustments I'm gonna make off stream later. But oh, hi buddy. Oh, sweet boy. For now though, for our purposes today, the character is, what is that? Oh, I see. It's a ordering issue. Like that at all. Oh, I see something that's happening. These need to be all of these. Here. Leaves the only issue as that. I think I know what to do. I don't like it, but I think it's the solution. Add yet another slot to this increasingly massive list of slots. Oh my god. They're all color coded too. Yeah. In case you're curious, anything that's yellow has to do with the neck or head region. Anything that's green has to do with the body region, the center body region. Anything that's blue has to do with a back limb. And anything that's red has to do with a front limb, whether that's the front leg, front arm. And I always say front and back, not left and right, because left and right is irrelevant on a 2D game like this, because when the character flips and turns, you know, we don't have separate sprites for the left side of the character and the right side of the character, which is a very intentional design decision, by the way, to make sure that I avoided that, because that would be twice the painting effort if you started having asymmetrical character designs. That would be insane, because then you'd have to paint like each character twice, right, to support the left and the right hand side of the character. And so much effort already goes into the painting that just seems like a little bit too much. So it's the front and the back, and then you can flip the character. Because the design of the character is symmetrical, you flip them, nothing really changes. It doesn't break the illusion at all. The only thing you could nitpick in this instance would be, but like I doubt most people will even like notice it, like subconsciously, is the character, whatever items they're holding in their hands, it will always be the same. So if this character, right, flips. Ignore the limbs, right? But the point is that he's always holding the sickle in front. And he's always holding the cat o' nine tails in the back. He doesn't like switch hands because the character flipped, you know, like if they're holding a shield, it's always going to be the arm furthest away from the camera. If they're holding a sword, it's always going to be in the arm closest to the camera. Whether or not the character turns from one side, from one view to the other view, it doesn't change the hands. But everything else, though, you know, it's fine. That's just a technical thing. Right, I'm gonna fix this issue. Say get that off the skirt real quick. Add this on the front hip piece. This. I think that solved our issues. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. Yes, it did. Right. Okay. I think our ordering is good. I think you're ready to start animating, finally. Okay. So let's try and get a couple of animations where these anthro legs just don't look completely screwed up. We'll start with the idol as per usual. Yeah, we might have to create new versions of the animations, but we'll see. So long as I don't touch bones that other characters use, we will be okay. So let's try to get his idol to look good. Beat this animation right here. Okay, I have an idea. So everything else about this is fine. It's really just these new things that we've added to this character. The anthro ankle, the front and back anthro ankle. These don't have keyframes. I mean, how crazy, like, I guess there's there's two separate, like, tones. There's two separate kinds of the conversation I can have. Versus if I'm talking to a fellow game developer, or if I'm talking to just a video game advocate, somebody who likes to play the games, but isn't necessarily attuned with the development process. I'll try to strike the balance between both and say, hope that both sides of the fence neither feel like I'm talking down to them, but they can both appreciate what it is I'm saying. If I can get these legs to work with the majority of animations that I have, for me to have a character, one skeleton, one rig that supports both humanoid and anthropomorphic leg movements, all within the same set of animations, just through the altering of skins. Like, that is intuitively bonkers and insane and dynamic and impressive. I mean, at least for me at this point in my career, like, that's insane to think that I could pull something like that off. I'd like to think others might find value in this too. And by the way, like all these animations support full action gameplay with the lower half of the character's body and the top half of the character's body being animated separately. So you can be backpedaling, walking forward, moving up, moving down. You do all these things while also engaging in combat, like and performing ability animations and attack animations and block animations. Like, it's insane. It really is. Okay. I think all we have to do is fix this, right? Oh God. Well, what's happening? Oh, I'm not starting at the beginning, that's why. Oh no, God, it's still happening. What the hell is this? What on earth? Oh, I had the wrong thing selected. Right? No. Oh, that's... This is how it should look. This is how it looks right now. What the hell have I done? Okay. Okay, something... Oh God, it's... Gotta wrap my head around this for a second. I know what it is. Okay, we're close. Checking real quick. I didn't mess up any other characters, right? Okay, good. So I'm trying to do a completely alternate version of the legs whilst also not messing up all of the work I've already done on this character. It's harder than it looks. We're doing some big brain math stuff here, folks. I swear I did this already. I'll happen to it, but... is not the proper naming convention for this. F Anthro Constraints. Okay, in spirit though. That looks correct now. Sure, I like how that meshes. It's moving. I think we need to tweak that. Also, I think the sprite in general needs to have its positioning ever so slightly tweaked. Just one last double check. Every other character is still good. Okay. Great. Okay. I know that's going to cause me problems here in a little bit. We need to fix that real quick. Which is the what is this? It's the weights that cause problems. We'll try that. I kind of want to dive into animation before we mess with things too much. Okay. So, where were we? We're fixing this foot. That's a... Aha! Another sorting layer issue real quick. Lobo? Bud? This could... It's under the waist. Ugh. Move this then? about to cause problems. Maybe. That works for now. Alright, I'm trying to get the feet to be a little bit more stationary, because if I can just get that to happen, then boom, like, we're done, right? I mean, it's as simple as that. Also, I definitely have a dog to the left of me who is vying for attention. It's absolutely the case. See how when I look at him, his tail starts to activate, starts to wiggle a little bit, starts turning his head in curiosity. And I just look at him and his tail starts wagging. Hi, buddy. I know. No, oh, are you trying to weasel your way onto my lap? Yes, you are. I kind of have to pee a little bit. Oh. Okay, alright, you lay here now. That's something that's happening. I'm gonna keep checking, making sure we're not breaking other characters. So far, so good. Just need to get my character's feet as stationary as these characters' feet. It's going to require some X in the old... We should go with... No, that is not good. This is certainly unlike anything I've ever done in my professional career. Animating anthropomorphic legs on a 2D Egyptian Anubis creature. Unlike anything I've ever done before. Hands down. Okay, that front foot almost looks perfect. There's one part in particular that this right here. Oops. I think that looks good. Now the back foot. Silly dog. It's pretty easy. You pretty much just have to look at this outline, which is the last keyframe, and just try to make it match as much as possible if you're wanting no movement. So that is but you don't want to just overly keyframe it because that can actually cause more problems than it's worth. You want to be able to do it in as few keyframes as possible. Now that's a pain in the ass. That has to move. Cause me problems. I cannot tweak it because then it will mess with all of the other characters, and that is what we are trying to avoid here. A bit too much. Let's see. I think that doesn't look bad. I mean, yeah, if you look really closely, there's a little bit of movement on it. But I think it's so subtle, especially when majority of the time the character is going to be viewed at this size. Sure, is it noticeable when you look at it this closely? Yeah, but you're not looking at the characters this closely, ever, in just about any circumstance. You're always looking at the characters at about, okay, oh, right then. Okay. That just about never happens. I'd say this is good. However, we can do 3 small things with this that specifically pertain to this character, and it's not going to affect anyone else, so we don't have to worry about it. I'd say we can make this little back piece start that hovering motion. And we can also get his jaw to maybe move up and down a little bit for breathing. And we can get his cat of nine tails to kind of wave about a little bit. That's actually all going to be in the top half of the animation. Which is this half right here. I want to put that in the bottom half. The bottom half only pertains to the legs and feet. However, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, take a 5-minute break, maybe stretch my legs. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Maybe try to get this dog off of me. He was very curious about all the things I'm saying. Maybe I should feed you dinner, huh? Yeah, but you're hungry. Anyways, enjoy some music. I will be back in a few minutes, guys. How about you calm down? Jeez. Alrighty. Back. Ready? So, have a decent looking idol. We could make it look even slightly better. Do that, shall we? Bit too much. Working on it. Hate it. Hate it all. I kind of actually like just the simple up and down hover better. Oh. I kind of like that the most. It's not to overcomplicate it too much. Trying to think if that would look good if we did like a little ear kind of flicker or twitch, but I almost feel like maybe it happens too often. So I'm gonna scrap it. I think we have idle variation, like moments. We have specific animations for that, where like the character, after they've been idle for a while, they'll like shrug their shoulders, or they'll put their weapons down and they'll look around, or something like that. I think maybe those animations in specific, that might be a good time to implement the whole twitching of the ears or something like that. But in terms of like the standard idle, though, I think that just happens a little bit more frequently than I'd like it to. This leaves us with our last bit of polish, which would be letting this mofo dangle a little bit more. Sometimes you just play around with it, doesn't turn out how you'd like, so you just scrap it. I'm thinking. I think that looks better. Overall, makes the title work. Speaking of which, I need to have something open. Whole animation checklist. Open up my organization document here and see what we have so far. Spent about. Type something up here real quick, but I don't want you guys to hear too much clicking. Okay, so the animations that we need this character to perform in the trailer that we're making for the game: idle, walk, backpedal, run, impacts, at least one death, front stumble, back stumble, and an attack chain. Attack chain is by far the one I'm most worried about. Also, one more slight adjustment to our bit much on that. I like that. Gives him a little bit like a breathing with the whole jaw and all that. Yeah, that idol looks great, I think. Looks great. So I'm gonna go ahead and check that off. I'm curious. Mix the what all's gonna break if we try out our currently operating impact animations in this character. Looks good to me. That's all you really need. Oh, we're gonna check those off as well. So this leads me to the big three. What just happened? Well, I guess I deleted those on accident. Okay, so we need to do a walk, a backpedal, and a run. And doing all this with the anthropomorphic feet will be interesting. Not even sure if it's possible to do it with the already existing animations, or if we need to create a anthro run and an anthro walk. Might have to do that, but let's take a peek at what we have going on so far. So, there's all sorts of little tweaks we can be making to the torso of the character, obviously, and we will get to that, but the main focus right now is making this look less awful. I have a really good reference here. I will pull up. For the anthro walk. So we need something that looks a little bit more like this. The feet kind of land and then they bend up as he lifts it. So let's see. I have it on my other monitor now. I'm pretty confident this is just not going to work. So what we're going to do, I'm not even going to waste my time with that. There's too much risk, because I could risk ruining the animation for all the other standard humanoid characters, when I think we might be much better off just making a anthro walk base. Not that hard. So let's do that. There we go. Now we can play around with this animation all we want without risking breaking the other one. I'm gonna have to use the restroom again real quick. It's probably because of the Mountain Dew that I drank. We need to pee so much, so just give me like 1 minute. Told you 1 minute. All I needed. I also have this. Juice up, keep going. Okay. We're on our own Anthro walk now, so we can mess around with these feet to our heart's delight without risking messing up any other characters. I have never done something like this before, so we are gonna wing it. No wings present, but you know, that would have been funny. Bet your ass when I start working on the Dragonics and the characters have wings on their back, I won't be making that pun all the time. Yep. Kind of mandatory, to be honest. Kind of have to. So... this is where the footsteps. I'm gonna start here. I don't need that. Wait a second. I focus on the legs for now. Interesting. Lands there. Wow. Okay. That looks correct. And this foot should pretty much land there, which means this leg is kicking off right here. What about? This. Focusing on the front leg first, and then we'll work our way to the back leg. My process is usually focusing on all the key poses first, and then coming in and refining the positioning and timing. Oh. What on earth is that supposed to be? I haven't even done this frame yet. That's right, we're coming back to this. What's this? Right. God damn, this is complicated. Oh, having so much fun doing it though. Oh my god. God damn. What a true test of my abilities. I don't like that. What is that? Almost. This front leg. Obviously the back leg looks very strange, but... About here, I think we can... switch the, it's back to the... positive again. It's not perfect, but that's actually looking pretty good. I think there's a couple of tweaks you can make. Look at that. Just focusing on that front leg, the anthropomorphic leg movement. I think that's working pretty well so far. Obviously, we have a little bit of jankiness with the foot at the end. I don't quite like the snappiness of the full extension, so I might try to reduce that a little bit, but that pretty much is nailing movement that I want. Means we just have to mirror the kind of animation philosophy here. We just mirror that to the back leg and we should be good. This is insane. I'm like, might be listening to like chill Warcraft music or whatever, but like I'm like dialing it into a 100%, 110%, using my big brain moves to do this to the absolute best of my ability. Whew. Ah, there's our weird. Figure out whatever the hell's. Okay, so this is good. This is good. This is good. Then it comes in way too much because it's going for the slap down. Okay, so it all comes down to this foot right here. It's because this needs to be. Bam, I love that. That slapping motion is really good. Whoop-boom, whoop-boom, whoop-boom. Like it's almost slapping that ground, making that ground his bitch, you know? Damn. That foot. Good. Really, I think it has a lot of weight to it. In fact, kind of like the. Okay, I might dial it back just a smidge, just a little, so. That? What on earth is that? Is that? It's like an invisible keyframe I can't get rid of. I don't like that one bit. That reduced it quite a bit. I think I like the front foot in general. Which means let's do this back leg now. It's up to speed, shall we? Start at a different point in the animation. What about here, I think? Damn, that annoys me. What that was. I tell you. Guess a little bit of shake isn't bad. Helps sell the collision. The hell this is though? Not good. It's really not noticeable. Preview now. I think that entire idea is not worth the trouble it's causing. So, confines of this. Did I do it? I think. Come on, look at that walk cycle. Look at that, anthro legs. It's working! It's alive! Oh my god. Just gotta sit here and really just look at it for a second. Obviously, there's other parts of the character that could be help selling this that we'll go and tweak, like these cattails. The 9 of cattails or whatever, cat 9 tails, whatever the hell it's called. These need to be moving. The back piece can be moving. Perhaps the jaw, definitely the ears, etc. I'm mostly focused on the legs right now. Is that a proper anthropomorphic walk cycle? I'm leaning towards yes. I'm gonna reduce the snappiness of this leg real quick. This front leg. Right here. Slightly adjusted. That helped. I think that does it. I'm quite impressed with myself right now that we were able to pull that off in that actually relatively quick time frame. I think the rig just carried its own weight here. The very dynamic and complex rig, and we had the timing and the keyframes from the previous normal walking animation to help benefit us speed this process along. That's pretty crazy. And we still have the back pedal to do, as well as the run. So we're not out of the forest yet, but the fact that this was so quick and easy bodes well for the future steps. I have to pee again, so I will be right back. Too much Mountain Dew, man. That's that. diving right into it, we don't need to make a like anthro top. It's just not necessary. We can just use the standard top animation and add the elements of it that we want to fix. In this case, this is gonna be the cat o' nine tails, back cover piece, the ears, etc. The same stuff we did for the idol. I think that will help complete selling the whole walk here. Like that, it's kind of like it's further back from the character. It's as if these metal pieces are on their own kind of gravitational, metric or whatever the hell you want to call it. They're on their own axis entirely. So they kind of like have friction. They have give or take depending on the character's motion. So for example, when we do the back pedal, it's going to be even closer to the character because he's like walking into it. Whereas when he's walking forward, he's walking away from it. It's like playing catch up, if that makes sense. It's only at its true like orientation when he's standing still and he's idle, and then it rests where it's supposed to. So it's like this is him idling, and this is him walking away that's following him. And when he's backpedaling, it's like it's trying to stay away from him because he's going to touch it. He's backing into this thing that's kind of hovering behind him. Like this, the ears are just kind of moving around a little bit. Just a little bit. It's nice and subtle. It's bringing the character to life a little bit more. I'd like each step kind of tweak the jaw, just give a little bit of life to that as well. I like those, like that. Last but not least, there we go. There we have it. That is a full Dominator walk animation. Oh my god, look at this character, man. Jesus. Look at this character. This is, I mean, we went from, just for the Zenaris faction, we went from this, right? Pretty standard, pretty average. Seen it before, nothing too spectacular. Also, he's using the anthro walk animation, which is why his feet are a little bit weird, so ignore that. But yeah, we went from this to this. Look at the just absolute leap in design complexity and everything to do with that. That is like bonkers, man. Jeez. Check something on my phone real quick. Alright, so let's do the next one then. Check that off my old checklist. The back pedal. Run. Need the same logic here. Just gonna do our entire animation process over again, but reversed. I think the idea of doing camel case word backpedal. Readjust that. Attack animations through this guy. Oh boy. That is not gonna be some fun stuff. Okay. Same thing, start with the front leg, work our way to the back. I'm gonna try something here, actually. Might be saving us a lot of time. That is not the word test. That is. This is the walk animation, which has something weird going on with the front foot, but that's alright, whatever. Probably because of the orientation of the body, it's fine. Doesn't matter. We're just going to take all these keyframes, flip them. I think that's what I did. Or it's animation anyways. Okay. It almost worked. In fact, I think it did some of our work for us in terms of the ankles, but the feet still definitely need to be done. So I probably saved us some time, but I didn't just immediately do the job for us. So yeah, well. Just about 9 o'clock, 2 more hours. Start with this front leg. What on earth is going on with this? That. Oh. I know now why it does that. Figured out the secret formula. I'm changing these symbols slightly because I think it's going to help with the readability of... There's two separate symbols for the leg and the anthro ankle. The basic circle one's a cog. What on earth is going on with this foot? guys. I'm not very talkative at all. I'm like so laser focused. This is some insane stuff. Oh my god, this back pedal's a nightmare. What a mess. Oh my god. Kill me now. This is the worst. This is the worst one so far. This is the worst thing ever. I'm telling you right now. This is the worst thing ever. Confused. What is the weirdness going on with the feet? Let's watch this front leg real quick. This one right here, not the back one. That looks fine here. It appears combining it with the... Oh. Oh, I know what's happening. This. If I... Oh no. No. No, I don't want that. About just ease. The height and isn't that? Well then what in the hell is it then? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my goodness gracious. It looks fine. But then you add this on there, and it just completely messes up the feet. Good God. Well, I gotta use the restroom again and think about this, so give me just a second. Alright, I have a couple of theories for our issue here. Messing around with the main bone, which controls like the height, actually the center of gravity of the character, and that didn't seem to fix it too much. So now my main theory is actually this waist bone. So it might not do anything here. Bet you. Wait. Am I horribly wrong? Oh, it's this. What happens if I delete this? Yep, works perfectly fine. So it's the rotation of the body from the top of that animation that messes with this foot. Question is, very quick and easy fix, perhaps. I did. That's... Why does the... Oh my god. Why does the body rotation mess up my feet? My beautifully keyframe feet. Why must you do this to me? Oh my god. Okay, I have a... undo all of the things I did here. I have a new cheat fix, potentially. Okay. I just did a new version of the top animation that doesn't mess with that bone that was messing with the feet, which is creating animation bloat. Instead of tweaking the ones that I already have and making them work, I just created a new one that circumvented the issue. It's not something I like to do often. It's kind of like cheating, and it's just gonna further serve the purpose of bloating the amount of shit that is on the skeleton. But in this case, I mean, I have to be very careful when it comes to the changes that I make to the rig with this character, because while I might be animating an entirely different philosophy on this character because of the anthropomorphism, that doesn't affect the rest of the characters. So it's not fair for all of them to have their animations ruined because I'm busy trying to support an anthropomorphic character on a rig that wouldn't traditionally support it, if that makes sense. I'm gonna double check and make sure everything's good here. All looks normal here. Pedal base. Okay, so we're looking good so far. The front foot is actually pretty solid. Might tweak it a little bit, especially right there at the slap. It's really the back foot right now, right, that is looking so ugly and ruining the animation. Although I think I'm gonna try and tweak whatever this slap down is here at the end. It's simple. We kill the Batman. I'm just kidding. What? Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I really like the way that front leg looks now. There we go. So that's good. Let's get this back leg done, shall we? I like to kind of start with the slap down. It makes it simple on me. Be right about here. Is it kind of funny that I call it the slap down? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Start at this point, this leg, and work my way around from here. Yeah. I don't know. I guess let me know in the comments below. Yeah, let me know in the comments what's more interesting to watch. The painting process or the animation process? Curious. Uh-oh, wait a second. I'm gonna get out of that because of copyright stuff is scary. Stupid copyright. Difference. That looks, I think that looks right. Make some ever so slight changes to the feet, but other than that, I think we mostly conquered the back pedal. Hate that twitch, man. Force it out of existence. That's how you do it. Anyways, that's not what I was here to fix. Trying to like angle the feet up more. It's like he's trying to backpedal now if the feet are like hanging less and going like up like that more. I think so. It's not perfect, but it'll do for now. We can always come back and polish the animation at a later date if necessary. Let's finish this back pedal by the movement of the cat of nine tails on the top. All this good. That looks good. One more tweak that I want to make. Bottom half. Front leg just comes out too far, extends too much. Yeah, that's not as aggressive. The run animation is next. That'll be interesting. Sure. He's just with run, death, stumble, back, stumble. Yeah, this will be interesting. Okay. So run, we're going to call this the essentially we're going to call it the Zanaris run. Huh. Oh. Yeah, we'll call it the Zanaris run. Anthro run. Yeah, we'll call it the Zanaris run. It's a full body animation. Oh yeah. Oh, hi, dog. I'm gonna get up for a second and let my dog out. Take one last break before we finish out our final hour. So, yep, we got an hour and 13 minutes left in tonight's stream. So, gonna probably get this run animation done. So, that'll be a solid night of animating completed for sure. I theorize we will have this character done sometime tomorrow. I might still be working on it in tomorrow's stream because the attack animations are going to be pretty rough. So we'll probably still be animating this character, but I would imagine that we'll finish him during the stream and move on to the Crusader for Draganos. So, anyways, I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes or so. And we're back. Let's finish this up, shall we? So, just got the run animation left. Same principles as the walk and the back pedal that we've been doing, except, you know, dialed all the way up. I think there's a couple of small changes I can make too with the torso. The only difference between this animation and the previous two is that we also have to work the torso, because the run is a full body animation, whereas the walk is separated into two halves, lower and upper. So we run. I have this idea that I'd like to implement. Let's do with the head. I think it would make sense if the when this character in particular running. Okay. I realized my mistake now. Whoa! Yeah, I like this idea of like the ears getting like tucked back and his head kind of coming forward as he's like getting into the run, you know? That's pretty cool. Keep up with the drawing skills. Oh, that's cool. Hey Korza, how's it going? Yeah, good idea. Yeah, if you're working on your when I went to college for game art and design, we would start off our day with the daily sketch. And in spirit, you know, it's supposed to get your creative juices flowing and get you all warmed up. It's like 15 minutes. Here's the prompt. Draw what you can. And I actually have, I think, all of those in a folder tucked away on my computer. So I still have all of those daily sketches. And I was such a punk though, because I'm not huge into anime, and the demographic of fellow students that accompanied me at college, the majority of them all were into anime, and I was kind of like the outlier. And so sometimes the teacher, a lot of the times the teacher would let the students choose the prompt, and me being the introvert that I was, I wouldn't really recommend something very often. They would. And so a lot of the times they would pick anime characters and things like that. And me just not being a fan of that, I would be a rebel and intentionally misconstrue the prompt and draw something weird and abstract. And, you know, we would all walk around the classroom at the end of the day, or sorry, at the end of the sketch and look at each other's art. So I would intentionally draw weird, absurdist, anti-prompt, anti-anime things just to get a laugh and like detest the being forced to draw anime. Like, so yeah, I was a punk. I was a rebel. I've always have been. Oops. Yeah, it's pulled back the furthest. And I've done better than the first. Yeah, that's the prompt. Make sure, I think the important thing is, if you're going to be doing your drawings, you should set a time frame and you should stick to it religiously. So that way you can get the most accurate representation of the improvement of your skills or not. So for example, I don't know how long you're trying to do your drawings for, but I would say, you know, think it over with yourself, and let's say you decide, for example, like 1 hour, then make sure you stick to that, like not a minute over, you know, if you want to finish it or whatever. Or you, I guess hypothetically, let's say you're really proud of your sketch and you wanted to polish it up even more and get it even further along. I would say still make a copy and save it at that 1 hour mark, regardless of how far it is. And I'm not even saying 1 hour. Maybe it's 30 minutes, maybe it's 15 minutes, maybe it's 10 minutes, whatever that time frame may be. But you should make sure you're consistent within the exact same time window every day if this is something you're going to do. So that way you can see, let's say a month from now, you know, if your picture at day 30 looks a hell of a lot better than your picture on day 1, it's not just because, well, you spent 3 times as long on day 30, you know, and you only spent a fraction of the time on day 1. It's like, you know, no, both of these 2 pictures both took 1 hour, but one is a hell of a lot better than the previous, you know. That's the point I'm trying to get across, the whole time frame thing. Ignore the hands for now. We're going to focus on fixing these feet. Oops. Doing anthropomorphic legs sure is interesting. A lot different than anything else I've ever done before. But it's a good interesting though. Look at that fucking pose. That's awesome. Wow. Okay. Alright, I think the front leg is looking good. Just gotta do the back leg now. I really do like the upper half of the character. I love this whole face look. Pretty cool looking. Might add a little bit to the jaw though. Slight movement on the jaw. You know, breathing while he's running. Yeah, I like, you know, because this whole faction, you know, like, especially the Zenaris in particular, which is what these Egyptian jackal creatures are. They are the Zenaris, right? Name of their race. Their whole kind of gimmick is that they're actually kind of like scam artists in a sense. It's not to say that they don't have power and ability and technology and strength and skill and intelligence and all that. It's just that they present themselves, they like to think themselves gods, and they present themselves as gods to the indigenous population of the deserts of Drokun. And so when they arrive, they're like, we're gods, you know, you should worship us and we'll bring your people great prosperity. And so obviously, like, they're not gods, but that's how they kind of scam essentially people into building their empire for them and giving them resources. So for them, it's always about maintaining this image. So having like this golden armor with the magic and the lights and making sure that they constantly look pristine and perfect, that there's very little skin showing, that they're beyond mortal. They are mortal, they do bleed, they can die quite easily, in fact, if you get them in the right spot, you know. One well-placed arrow right here in the neck, right? You can get them. But they hide that successfully, quite successfully. So for them, it's more about the presentation aspect of their character. So for example, like these blades or discs or whatever that float on the back, one could argue that it doesn't serve much of a battle purpose or function, but it does add to their silhouette and come off as otherworldly, and adds to that godlike presentation that they display. And it's to, not only is it to help inspire their subjects and increase their image in their mind to help with that worship element, but it also serves to intimidate foes, intimidate their enemies, and almost con them into backing down and con them into believing that they're fighting gods. So like, what chance do they have? But one of their main adversaries is the Vinar Republic, because they're adjacent to one another in the world map, and they serve as a great foil to one another, because these guys are all about tyranny, oppression, dishonesty, presentation, and the Vinar Republic is the absolute opposite. They're about honesty, freedom, you know, no oppression, being straightforward and honorable and strong. So they hate each other's guts. They are mortal enemies, Egypt versus Greece. In this world, it's Egypt versus Greece. It's, more or less, it's Egypt versus Greece. I think it's pretty cool. All right, back foot. We're almost done with this animation. Might have enough time to squeeze out like a death animation or so. Mix some cheeseburgers after this. They're gonna be delicious. God. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm trying to like lean him forward a little bit. I think we're gonna finish this animation though and call it a day. We only got 15 more minutes. What's that?
Oh. Dog, what are you doing over there?
You guys see him? He's right there. Gonna menace probably. 20 for my food. Well, word. My carpet, my rug is all messed up back there, so I'm assuming he like digged it up and buried a bone under it or something. Yeah, almost done with the run animation. Anthropomorphic. You have no idea the shit that I've been going through over the past couple hours. I've been animating this for about 5 hours straight. The anthropomorphic legs, man. I'm telling you. Getting these suckers to work properly. Been quite the experience. Whew. Well, this is more or less good. I just need to get the Cat of Nine Tails to work properly because... Oh, hi. Hi there. Can I help you? Let me guess. You want to lay down on my lap. Go ahead. Just get it over with. Come on. Lay down. Go ahead. That's what you want, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. Fat dog. Fat dog. Are you a little chubby? Yeah? Uh-huh. I love you. This one. You have to stop looking at me with your big, sweet, innocent pug eyes. Is it just the more moving parts or the way you move that makes them more difficult? It's yeah. So you look at the character here. That's a normal leg. It's just the top part of your leg, then there's like the knee, right? And then the bottom. It's just two pieces. It's a normal leg. Anthropomorphic leg, it's like 3 pieces. You have the top of the leg is normal, like a normal human being, but you have this canine lower leg. It's separated into 2 pieces. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, it's separated into 2 pieces, and then furthermore, there's a lot more like bending that happens with the foot. On a normal foot, it just kind of bends in one way, but these feet bend in like a full kind of 180 degree motion, switching back and forth between the two. But I mean, I've more or less slayed it tonight. I got through some of the hardest animations. The walking, the backpedaling was a pain in the ass. But yeah, we're just about through it. I'm not gonna finish animating the characters tonight, but we got all the like most important stuff done. We still will need to tomorrow or later tonight do a death animation. Make sure a couple of the CC works with him, like the stuns and stumbles and all that, and then finally we'll do an attack chain, which will be interesting for sure. Not necessarily looking for it. Attack animations are always the most difficult because the level of handwork that has to go into properly using a weapon on top of doing it in a 2D, environment, which really limits range of motion. When you're animating combat in 2D, you really just have the Y dimension to work with. You can do the X dimension, left to right, not just up and down. It's easier to have animations read in up and down, or like this or like this. When you want to do this in an attack animation in a 2D game, it can be difficult to convey that motion because you don't. It's all an illusion. You don't actually have that dimension to work with. So I need these things to kind of dangle a little bit. Maybe. I think what I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have him do like a left, a right, and then a double. He's gonna do some sort of like, yeah, and then he's gonna do like a, yeah, and then maybe take both and like a, yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, he'll do like a left. He'll do his sickle blade, and then his cat o' nine tails, and then he'll do them both at the same time. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. He'll have down the road. This character will have like abilities. Like he'll have this ability where he like slides forward and grabs a unit by the neck. He has an execute that generates gold for his faction. It's pretty cool, actually. So essentially, if an enemy unit that's a humanoid reaches a certain health threshold, he'll grab them, and then he'll open up a portal behind him, and he'll like make chains appear on them, and then he'll throw them through the portal. So the implication is that he just enslaved that unit, and then sold it to slavery or whatever, and then generated gold based off of that. We always wanted some sort of mechanic for this race that had to do with enslavement and slavery, because they are a very, very tyrannical and oppressive race, and I think it fits in with that fantasy for them to do that to other races. But mechanics-wise, it would be very complicated to implement an actual, like very early on in the concepting for this race, we contemplated having like some sort of enslave mechanic where you could actually enslave enemy units, and then, but it just opened up so many like can of worms. It opened up so many more questions, like, okay, what does an enslaved unit do? Like, what kind of units can you enslave and what kind of units can you not enslave? Is there a way to unenslave them? There's like a lot more layers to that than one might originally anticipate. So we just decided to go with, all right, we'll make it an execute. We'll imply that there's some sort of enslavement happening and turn it into like a gold generation for the faction. Because obviously, so that way it's not just an execute. There's a little bit more being added to that fantasy. Then he has like a concussive blast, I think, where he like uses his star magic and makes like a little like pulse grenade. If we're referencing Smite, it would be kind of like Merlin's ball thing where it sucks you in and explodes. So this guy will have an AoE kind of gravity grenade sort of thing, because I think it fits with the fantasy of the race. I think in designing every race in the game, like the number one most important thing, because there's always complications when it comes to the technical complexity of how difficult it is to create anything, whether it's from an art perspective or a programming, etc. Regardless, I don't think we've ever let any of that hold us back. I think the number one priority across every faction in the game has always been prioritizing prioritizing race fantasy, prioritizing faction fantasy above all else. If you're playing the undead faction, we want to make sure that we check every single box of what you'd expect to be able to do in an undead faction. That's always been extremely important to me. Because I don't want you to play, for example, like the Crusaders, the Paladins, right? And it's like, okay, well, if you're playing that faction, then you'd expect like healing and holy fire and resurrection, stuff like that. You'd expect that from that race. And if we didn't follow through with that, well, then what was the point of trying to indulge in that fantasy in the first place? That's always the number one priority. These keyframes right here. I think that will do it for that animation. Okay. This is an artist run animation. Yeah. That checks off that box. So I could try to do a death animation real quick. See if, I mean, the thing is that this character, I successfully implemented him onto the standard humanoid model. So he's being shared right now with every other character in the game. They're all on the same exact skeleton. That's interesting. That's interesting indeed. This is the Zanaris run, so these characters are not supposed, which is why they look kind of strange. They're like leaning in like really intensely because it's not meant for them, it's meant for this character in specific. So that's interesting. But despite my I haven't even looked at this. I bet you all sorts of badness is about to occur. I'll show you. Let's see. First of all, let's do this real quick so I don't accidentally. Okay, that's not awful. There's a couple of issues with this. The main one being that these things aren't disappearing. But more or less, that animation mostly works. That, and then there's a issue with the feet. Those would need to be fixed. Back to. Again, yeah, it's really going to be the feet that's broken on a lot of these animations because it's just not. The brand new anthropomorphic legs haven't been set up to work with these death animations yet, but these aren't bad. Oh. Definitely cannot use the decapitation on him because the neck is meshed to the chest, which means it's gonna just stretch because it has to stick on it at all times. So, no decapitating Zanaris, unfortunately. Again, it's the feet, but damn, like this is so great. I mean, obviously there's a couple of little buggy things here, but it's really not that much. These are pretty quick fixes. Not quick enough to do tonight, but these are pretty quick fixes. So the fact, though, that I was able to successfully get this character onto this model and make it work, even though its anatomy is entirely different, well, mostly somewhat different to that of a humanoid. The fact that I was able to pull this off means, I mean, look it speaks for itself. Like, I have 90% of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 90% of 8 animations done for me already. I don't have to create 8 new death animations from scratch. I just have to tweak 8 death animations a little bit to make them work with the new legs and all that. And then that's 8 death animations done. All good to go. The same goes for crowd control is a huge one. So like my stuns and all that. My stumbles, knockdowns, like all of this stuff is already done for me. I don't have to create all these from scratch. All I have to do is go into each one of these, tweak it to work with the feet, and you're good to go. Wow, it's darn awesome. So, all right. Anyways, well, I think that's gonna do it for me tonight, guys. That was an insane workload for this character. I have a feeling let me think of the time. I'm unsure if we'll still be working on this guy tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. Oh, and that reminds me, we are not going to have a stream on Wednesday night. Wednesday night, I have a business meeting for Conquest of Eldinar, and I will not have time to stream that night. So it's going to be a four-night stream week. I'll make a post about it on the YouTube channel and the Discord as well to let everybody know. But yeah, so no stream on Wednesday, but I will be back tomorrow. I think we might have a few finishing touches on this character to do tomorrow. But I think there's... Oh, wait. The attack animations. Okay, yeah. Yeah. We might be working on this character, animating this character tomorrow as well. I don't know if it'll make it to the end of the stream, but it'll probably be pretty close. And then Wednesday, I won't be on, so expect Thursday, no later than Thursday, we'll be starting on the Crusader, so the Church of Dradanos faction. That's going to be an exciting one to do. I think each unit I'm doing for them provides its own unique technical challenge, so that's going to be fun. Anyways, everybody have a good night. I will catch you all tomorrow at 6 p.m. Have a good one. Peace.